Well, well, well. We're back. We didn't do that much casting last week, because I kind of just did rewatches of various Pubg live streams. Well, all the PGS ones. But we're back now. For some more fun. So we're gonna go through, announce our presence, have more fun casting. As we get underway, I mean, our top teams in this, I think, are going to be pretty obvious. We're going to have Mira, we're going to have 55. Those teams are going to be the absolute top of this. We might see some other teams kind of challenge, potentially towards the mid-pack. It'll be interesting to see how our mid-pack unfolds. And then we have a couple of teams that are maybe a little bit lower in this group that I'm curious to see how they end up playing it out. Tequila, they're a technically tier 3 ranked team, but they have been performing well so far in this, so we may see them launch themselves up a little ways and have really good ones. Error 500, they've had phenomenal results so far in the Smear Zero League. Tier 5 team, which means they started at the bottom of the bottom. We have a cat now. Oh, nope, you're not getting away. Have cat. She's loving life. She absolutely loves it here. Whoa. Are you okay now, kitty? Hey, I need you to get your leg out from under there. Trust me. Okay. Crazy kitty. Wow. Nenu just launched that bike way up in the air. Alright. Back to it. Zolos with Happy Mia, Zello, Learn, and Infinite. Infinite Void. Couple of names that I recognize in there with Zello and Learn. It'll be interesting to see how some of these teams do end up playing out this lobby. It'll be interesting, are we going to see a lot of action at the beginning? Is it going to be a lot of mid-game action? Is it going to be all towards the end? Kind of, how are these teams going to decide that they want to play this? Are they going to play it aggressive? Are they going to play it slower, really tactical? Obviously, watching PGS and stuff, we go into some of those fights, and the newer kind of flow of the game is that there's fights early. You have sometimes one or two kind of big deciding fights that can happen pretty early on, and then your mid game is a little bit slower unless people haven't been doing all that crazy fighting right at the beginning. Ooh, clown car here, though. Not always the best, especially when you're driving right next to Mira. They do shoot Fauna off of that, do a little bit of damage to Fakeson. They are going to go across. They are going to get away with their clown car for right now. But that's a scary one. You want to be careful. You don't want to be too crazy. Otherwise, they will start to punish you, and they got away with it. They're going to be able to get much farther into the zone. I really wondering why they only ended up with one. Ooh. Error 500. Lewis gets the knock onto Fauna. Bagel ends up getting the flush. So error 500. Ending up with an early kill onto Mira. And this is one of the teams that I said I wanted to look out for. Lewis, Nick, Bagel, and Taruru. They were theoretically a tier 5 team going into this, but this doesn't mean that they don't play the game a lot, and they may just not have found competitive PUBG till later on, and we might really get to see some new up-and-coming players from that team as they slowly progress their way towards the top of these leaderboards. No Limit Gaming, not even in the zone yet, but they are stopping right next to one of the res stations. Kind of curious as to why they don't have any dead players. It kind of just slows down their rotation overall, which isn't really something you want. Mira, in the meanwhile, they're still chilling out. And, oh, No Limit Gaming, they're kind of waiting on the edge here. I wouldn't be surprised to see them turn around. When Haven goes for the res here, they did pick up their teammate's chip. So they're going to hit that res station, and I could see No Limit Gaming deciding that, ooh, res happening right behind us, that we were just there. Let's just turn around. Maybe it's only a solo player or something, and we might be able to get some points while they're going for that. Animaniacs picking up another vehicle there, so they won't have to all rotate in the same one. A little bit different from Zona 8 Gaming, who just decided they wanted a clown car. Kesno with an early BRDM. He's going to try and put that to as good a use as he possibly can. Try not to take too much damage from it. I feel like a lot of people have stopped shooting at it as much. It was talked about in PGS how really it's people use the Panzer or just kind of ignore it, because every time you shoot at it, you're just giving away information about where you are on the map. Silzen, Toxic, Pippa, and Karak. As one Zig trying to go for the shots, but it's Pirlo that ends up with the knock onto him. They should be able to get the flush really quick. Are they going to be able to get the chip before getting out of here? No, it looks like they're just going to start driving away. Animaniacs pull off and just grab this building here. If you're gonna try and control this building, though, you do have to have someone out on the hill just to the southeast. Oh, Taifu gets an early knock onto Lawson, though. That's another player down for Animaniacs. We're gonna have to go for a quick res before the members of Not Today decide to try and push onto this. They already killed one player. They got another one knocked. But it looks like the headshot onto Taifu is going to slow down Not Today. They're not deciding to push. Artrade, more shots onto Cirlo. Beautiful from him. to really put tons of pressure. Batunga's from the side does land a bullet onto Artray. But the Animaniac's going to be back up to a 3, and not today. Can't push onto it anymore. They're going to have to play back a little bit. Ooh, nade's going to be thrown out. They're going to try and blow up the chip. Guarantee that that player's not going to be rezzed later on in this game. They did waste a couple of grenades to do it. And really, I feel like you have like 2-3 players just shoot at it with your guns, and then you can reload on ammo. Unless they had spare nades because of the dead body, seems like a little bit of a waste to me. But we do see it slow down a good little chunk. 60 alive, phase 2. So not a lot of fighting at the beginning of phase 1. We didn't have any hot drops. All the teams decided to respect each other a little bit. And now, even 11 minutes into this one, only losing 4 players. Looking to be a pretty good start to this. And we may see a pretty competitive lobby overall. Updates to our UI, though. Pretty interesting. We can see all the different util that people can use. Emergency cover, blue zones, C4. It looks like smoke grenades, and then you also have the smoke gun grenades as a separate piece of util that you can see on the UI in the bottom right. You can see adrenaline syringes, med kits there now. So a fascinating little update to the UI that really lets you see what these players are trying to bring to each and every fight and what they've been able to find. Obviously, util a huge important part of this game, so it'll be interesting to see if there is some players that run a few more frag grenades rather than smokes, or if everyone really is gonna kind of prioritize smokes over most other util. And Aquano, he's got a flashbang, a smoke, and an emergency cover. I feel like you're not really going to see any player without at least one smoke. And I'm sure that most of them would prefer to have 2 or 3 at least to make sure that they can play for as long as possible, because a smoke can get you out of a tough situation. You drop one right at your feet, and then a couple more in a line, and that blocks all the visibility for anyone that's coming near you, trying to get an angle towards you. You can really start to kind of play how you want and try and find angles to fight from that you'd rather take the fight from, rather than other people trying to force you to peek a certain way. Fakeson, Haven, both making their way up this hillside. They did get a knock earlier onto No Limit Gaming. Now they hear the vehicle. The question is it a bait? Or are they actually going to hop in the vehicles? LFP1 finding the knock onto Gabru, but the shots in return coming out from Tavon doesn't find the knock, and LFP1 just trying to slowly crawl backwards. Potentially dangerous 55 in a fight. Glock got Pippa. Silzen got the return. Now we're going to see the smokes come out. Toxic repositioning. Tavon going low as Gabru gets taken down by Silzen. 2 down for potentially dangerous. 2 to work with. Karak finds Tony, and it's all onto Tavon. The blue zone coming out. Getting shot in the back is Karak. The nade going to get the knock as Toxic, in the meanwhile, gets a headshot onto LFP1 to make sure third party stays away from the top of the hillside, but Haven still getting the shots, still getting involved. Tavon looks like he's going to be going for the res onto Tony Toxic, trying to smoke out his teammate, make it over towards Karak. He does pick him up and is trying to run back with him towards safety behind the gas station. Going to be going for the res now. Haven just popping whatever tires he can see. He does spot out Silzen behind the back of the cash register, but Silzen hits him with the drag knob, makes him back off a little bit. Though I'm sure he's going to try and repeak as soon as he finds the opportunity. Tony going for a little bit of a jump shot. Tavon was trying to jump onto the folded shield. So it looks like Tony going to hop into the vehicle to try and avoid this. Away he goes, and now Tavon just going to be sitting here with the folded shield on the other side. 55, I think Toxic can actually peek out of this doorway. Get the foot of Tavon, but no, Tavon finds vehicle. Oh, immediately the vehicle gets blown up, as well as Tony gets a knock onto Crack, but Toxic with the headshot in return. Haven steals it away. And potentially dangerous down to Tavon. One of the teams that we really expect to be towards the top of this lobby, potentially dangerous. Mira and 55, I feel like, are going to be our front runners. And it's going to be up to the other teams to prove us wrong. And No Limit Gaming taking the fight to 500. But down they go. Error 500 eliminated by No Limit Gaming. Danny gonna have to get the res onto his two teammates. Luckily, no other players anywhere in sight. So he is gonna have plenty of time. He's just got to worry about when that blue zone is gonna start closing in, and do they have the vehicles for the rotate. Mira is actually headed straight over this way, so if there's any lingering smokes, they may end up spotting these players as they're going for the res before they can get back on their feet. Tavon gonna take a dip just towards the center of the zone, where he's not gonna have to worry about too much going on around him. Mira do kind of stop at that compound down to the southwest, so I don't know if they have an inkling that No Limit Gaming is over there and trying to get rezzed up. As it looks like 1-1 is going to be just hunkered down in a shack. 1-0 on the other hand, taking the fight to Animaniacs. It's all down to Fields. He's going to try and get the flush, but he completely whiffs onto Jube, and Lawson takes him out from the side. 1-0 down and out, and No Limit Gaming are going to be fighting up against Mira now. And Aquano, the last one left. A lot of players to his left, and there we go. Fakes and takes him down. Zolo's one player left in the E-pickup. I don't even know where he's going to be able to go. BRDM pulling right up on the shack. That nade, along with the Molotov, definitely going to do enough to take down 1-1. And they even blocked it off with the BRDM, prevented them from moving anywhere, and it's just utility execution afterwards. Looks like Tequila were thinking about getting a high angle onto the members of Razav after they tried to take out the shack, but no knocks came through. The player backtracks to the rest of his team, and they should be able to play it out from there. Now 55. They were getting shot at by Mira earlier, and now they're following the exact path that Mira took, as Mira hops out and now goes for a spray onto 55 as they go by. Headshot from Fakeson on to the car driving by. They did get a knock onto Tequila, but it didn't look like they wanted to push that. 55 stopping up on top of the hillside to scout forward. Zona 8 Gaming still with all four players left up unnamed. It's going to be the front man up against 55 as they're taking shots, but this is going to be from the blue zone for 55 now, so as Zona 8 Gaming just shoots at them, 55 is just taking more and more damage from the blue zone, making it easier for Zona 8 Gaming to try and pick away at them. A fight has broken out down here. Mira and Tequila, but Tequila eliminated by the members of Mira. 3 players still left standing. They just got to get the res onto 1 player before they look forward in this zone, trying to find any more players, any place that they might be able to find more comfortable inside this next zone. Animaniacs crashing down towards potentially dangerous Lawson. Do you know there's a player in here? No, he doesn't. And the folded shield gonna get plenty of cover. Lawson goes down, stolen away by No Way. Nade goes out towards Tavon, but I really feel like the only reason you have to throw that is if you think he actually leaves, as, oh, Zvinny from the side, just wide open angle, down goes Artre, Jube still there. And this is beautiful from Zvinny. He's even going to smoke off the angle to his left to make sure that he can take this fight without getting interrupted by anyone else. Jube looked like was going to try and go for the res, but Artre getting sprayed down by Zvinny through the smoke. And it's all on to Jube. As it looks like Zona 8 Gaming are going to give a little bit of covering fire, but Zvinny finds the shots anyways, and down goes Animaniacs. They do get a placement point before they go. Now you're going to have AKA and Rezav getting shots onto Mira as they crash. 2 players go down. Haven gets the knock onto Danshin. Falcon only has 1 player left to deal with. He jumps out of the window and Haven finds him. But Nanu gets the trade with the nade. Now it's going to be up to Coyote and Nanu to get over here, get the res onto their teammates before any other teams get involved. Zona 8 Gaming, they have to make their move now. This is the opportunity. This is the time to try and go take that position away from them. No Way, they've crossed over here. Now they're going to be able to get some shots towards Zona 8 Gaming. And I really feel like the opportunity to push on to the other team there as Biel hits an insane headshot onto Unnamed. He poked his head out and it was down for him. Havon's still going to be chilling in that shack, but AKA should have been crashed on by Zona 8 Gaming. They should have taken the opportunity. Instead, AKA gonna have 10 kills so far in this lobby. Nanu maybe has to give a little bit of his ammo over to his teammate, who didn't have any to spare at this point. As there we go. AKA's compound still in as we have a hard western shift for the map. Zona 8 Gaming. They're going to be in the zone, but the fact that they could have crashed on to a compound that only had really 1 player up and the other one trying to res is such a missed opportunity. And if they go back and look at the VODs afterwards, hopefully they'll be able to look at that and go like, alright, next match, if we can track that in the kill feed, we have to go for that. Has a little foot shot from Biel there. Oh, he spots out Tavon. Getting ready to leave the shack, so No Way gonna be aware of that. Now, it honestly might be worth it to keep 1 player back here for when Tavon has to make his way forward. As Tavon on the backside of the shack, gonna get a nade thrown towards him, and it goes a little bit too far. He takes just the tiniest bit of damage. Now he goes for the shots onto BL. Fortunately, doesn't come up with much. Now hiding behind the folded shield. How much longer does he last? He's just waiting for really more of an off-angle player, but now down goes his folded shield, and down he goes as DNL picks up the kill. No Way gonna secure their backside. Nobody really anywhere close to them. But at the same time, they don't have a lot of cover to work with. Buena trying to make it into the shack. How'd they make it out, I don't know. It's going to be important for them to have a few smokes to throw out of that shack as Gropo from the Exterminators gets the knock and flush onto one. Falcon takes down Gropo, and Exterminators are eliminated. 4 teams remaining now. With Zona, Rezav, No Way, and AKA, the 4 teams that are left. 16 seconds until we see where this next zone goes. Nanu with the knock onto Unnamed. And if this goes anywhere towards the AKA compound, it should be a relatively easy kill for, or win for them. 15 kills for them so far in this one. They are absolutely dominating this lobby so far to start game number 1. No Way, they have 5 kills of their own. 647 damage for DNL. Very impressive there from him. Meanwhile, BDBL, they have a little bit less as Nanu finishes off Zona 8 Gaming as they were rezzing outside of the smoke that they had there. And Nanu, 8 kills, 734 damage. And that's AKA up to 18 now. They were just at 15. And they're like, yeah, we didn't think that was quite enough. So we're going to grab ourselves a couple more. And Nanu has been a big factor in that one. Coyote had 6 of his own, unfortunately, no longer in the match. Rezav going to be the center of the zone with 4 up. Bolty hits Zvinny right in the chest, so he has to back down off to heal. DNL actually stops up short of the rock, which is where Rezav thought that he was going to go when they pre-naded it. Oh, Beleda, a headshot into the back of his teammate is a knock onto Nubsky. DNL knows he's not in zone yet, so he has to see where he can go. That player right up against the tree, his vehicle about to blow up. He hops out. The other 2 players just crashing right onto this. Pana gets the knock onto one. Biel, the last one left, and he hops inside of the BRDM, steals it away from Rezav as they were just using it for cover. And they have they have 2 BRDMs. Biel is in one of them. Nubsky was in the other. Beleda gonna try and get the res off, but no, he goes down as Nanu shoots him in the back, and guess what? Biel is like, oh, these points look delicious. Let me just run them over really quick. What an opportunity from him there. Now he's gonna chill right alongside the other player. Kesno getting shot at by the members of AKA. Falcon gets the knock onto him, and he's got to try and secure that flush, otherwise Biel is going to take that one away too. And there we go, Biel gets another one. So now there's just 2 BRDMs left, and Biel being a little bit more active in his. Honestly, I think he should just park it on the other side of Nubsky. This is kind of ridiculous. I don't know if AKA have enough ammo to try and deal with 2 different BRDMs, but they're actually going to go back to the compound, grab some loot, and then come back over here. As BL and Nubsky have just decided that they're going to be friends now, driving alongside each other. Curious to know exactly how much health are left on both of them. Neither of them are smoking currently, but I think BL has probably been shot at a little bit more than Nubsky. Nubsky, is he even inside of the BRDM anymore? It looks like he was crouching outside of it for a second. Yeah, he does jump out of it every once in a while. Just shooting over there. This BRDM, just a little bit below half, getting shot at now. Blue Zone is going to make the BRDM move. Now it gets shot at a little bit more. Nubsky is definitely taking more damage now. But I think Biel's had taken more before that. 5 assists for Falcon. I mean, AKA have just played a phenomenal match so far. 18 kills, and now what do they have to deal with to try and do any more? They have to deal with the fact that the 2 remaining players both have BRDMs. Nade is going to go forward to try and blow it up. Somehow doesn't find any damage onto Nubsky. But that is going to make his BRDM very, very close to blowing up. Just a few shots away as we see it start to smoke. See the embers rising up from the backside, and now the shots go out onto Biel's. Both focusing onto it, and I think Biel's is going to blow up right now. Throws the smoke out. Popping out of it, maybe hoping that they're not going to shoot it, but there we go. Enough damage does go out onto it. It's going to blow up. Nanu's going to get credit for the kill onto Biel. Now they have to do the same thing onto Nubsky's. His is going to blow up now. So both BRDMs are dealt with, and now they only have 1 player left to deal with. Nanu getting shot. Nubsky not able to find the final shot. Falcon just trying to shoot him from the side. He doesn't look at him at all. An AKA 20 kills. And the chicken dinner in match number 1. A phenomenal game from them. 9 kills from Nanu and 6 from Coyote to start off the day. Absolutely insane game. That's a 30-point game in game number 1. Now we just wait for the updated leaderboard. Looks like we may have a second. So we're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be back for match number 2. Yeah, right underway in match number 2. We got a pretty, I'd say, easy playing path starting in the southwest going up to the northeast. Most people should be able to get to their drop spots without too much problem. Animaniacs, they have a secondary drop at Millie Base if they want it. Really, I think that's the only team that might not be able to make it all the way up to Georgetown. Tequila may drop down at Primorsk with Not Today, as Not Today normally lands over towards Novo. So we will, yes, we are going to see the hut drop down right at the beginning of the plane path. So that should theoretically, if one of the teams can mop it up really quickly, gives you the opportunity to rotate really without too much lost time, because the zone was already there. Looks like there is potential hut drop over towards Lipovka as well, with Error 500 and 1-0 over there. Yes, so there is going to be a hut drop over here. This one, a little bit more weird. Obviously, phase 1 just popped, so people are going to kind of know where things are going to go. But these guys are still up in the air. They haven't even grabbed guns. They haven't grabbed vehicles. So if this fight stalls out, then it could put them in a pretty bad spot. 1-0. They get all 4 players onto the ground a little bit earlier than the members of Error 500. 1 player landing over towards the warehouse. So Bagel for Error 500 is going to be lagging behind a little bit, and then Leo for 1-0 is like 1 set back from the rest of his team. Lewis and Taruru, both with shotties. Bagel, it looks like he hasn't even found an AR or an SMG to use yet, but we're going to hop over to Tequila versus Not Today. Taifu has gone down to Siriano. Nade comes forward. First aid does go off for TCM. Ooh. Willie Smith with the Cowprint VSS. Gonna be looking to start flanking around the members of Not Today. Yeah, I can't wait to see you tomorrow too. I took the day off because I'm gonna try and get the house all cleaned up and everything as much as I can. Try and get some dump tickets because I forgot to last week. Batungas, he takes down the fence to try and get in here without vaulting, and immediately gets taken down by TCMKS in return. Yeah, I didn't put to good use my week-long vacation, as all of a sudden Tequila down to only 1 player. Not Today, still up as a 3-man, and down goes Cirlo. 2 players left. Taifu from the top trying to do damage. No Limit Gaming also trying to get involved in this, dude. They do have 1 knocked player now around the side. Down goes Tequila. 16th place for them, No Limit Gaming. They're gonna have to try and get the res really quick onto their teammate, Benya. Breaking the door to make it a little bit easier to try and jump up onto the roof, but he's still struggling a bit. I feel like that's not the fastest way to get up onto the roof for these roofs. As that's not the correct way to drive, Pippa. Usually you try and avoid the rocks instead of driving straight into them. I'll do my best. You have fun watching The Wizard of Oz. As Toxic, with the Bolty, hitting a headshot onto Necro. I feel like that's not the first Bolty headshot we've seen here from Toxic, and definitely a lot more use of the Bolties in this lobby compared to what we normally see during like any of the PGS or anything like that. Some of the higher levels of play. But there's also a little bit less SMG use here. Very much more SMGs used during PGS, especially by Bagopa. They were very adamant users of SMGs, and they used them very well. As Taifu gets an opening knock onto Danny. I now have to see if Pirlo can make anything happen with that MP5. Cirlo has an MP5 in the back pocket. Behind that barrel, we do hear a Panzer go forward. Rasty gets taken down from the side. Pirlo able to kind of push forward. Taifu has a shotgun he can use. That's a flush onto one of the members of No Limit Gaming, as Pirlo just trying to find an angle to play safety for him, but no, Danny is able to take him down, and Kenyo takes another one down as Benya finds a third. Only one player left. Cirlo, what can he do in a 1v3 up against No Limit Gaming? No matter what, whoever wins this gunfight will be able to get the res onto their teammates. There is a res station over towards the other side of Primorsk. Another flush gonna come out onto Batungas. And it's Cirlo versus 3. Danny does take a shot. One goes down, a second goes down. And he goes to the other side, but he's kind of stuck on Danny. He can't actually move, and Equano is gonna take him down because of it. What an interesting situation to happen right there. He gets stuck on top of the person. So then he just can't actually do it. Tries to get the flush, and he didn't look down far enough. And then the other player just walked right around the corner, was able to put a bullet into him, and down he goes. Let's see. We do have like a 50-50 zone here. It could go up to the north, could stay down to the south. Really only 3 teams went up north though. Everyone else is staying south of the river. So if this one goes up to the north, it's gonna get kind of crazy. Not that it hasn't been crazy already. I mean, game 1 we started off, we were in phase 2, 60 players left alive. And now we haven't even completed phase 1, and we're already down 14 players, and we only have 50 alive. Quite the difference between game 1 and game 2 so far. As Bruno did spot out Haven. Immediately takes the bolty shot over there. Doesn't really find anything more. As, oh my goodness, we go hard shifting up to the northwest, and there were no teams over here, really, so Mira is going to have the pick of wherever they want inside this zone. There is so much that they have to work with. Only 2 other teams were actually north of the river And now they're gonna have to try and choose spots. The exterminators rushing over the bridge earlier than anyone else. 55 gonna be following right behind them. Ooh, this drop is falling, and if 55 wanted, they might be able to just stop up, grab it. That is of their own choice, though. Doesn't look like they are going to grab it, though. And what did they miss out on? 8x and the 3 gear. As we hear 55 rolling up the hillside. Silzen taking some shots as he trails behind a little bit. Another player hits a rock while they're driving. You really got to try and avoid those. They're not good for the car. And it looks like 55 are deciding to take a little bit of the hillside and down towards shooting range. AKA went far up to the north. Error 500. They've taken the southern tip of Severny. Potentially dangerous. They're all the way over here to the west. It looks like they're going to be following Rasty. And as he drops over here, where is Rasty going to try and go? No, potentially dangerous. Just decided to take this bridge. So Rasty going to go back the other way. They're all turning around, and it looks like they're going to go straight back for him. This Mira, they've had an okay game number 1. They didn't really get a lot of placement points. They did get 9 kills, and they were able to get themselves 10 points in game number 1. My personal opinion, a good average to go for is 7 points a game. As Nick gets the knock and flush onto Zvinny. Now Team Razav, it looks like they're going to be trying to push on to Animaniacs. Alright, Razav, they do get the knocks and flushes on to 2 players. Zig, the last one left for Animaniacs. Zig trying to go for the shots onto Nubsky, who throws a nade over here. It was a pretty good nade. Dan land relatively close, and one Zig is just going to reposition going along the hillside. Will his footsteps be heard, or is this surprise attack going to work out well for him? He did see the smokes from Nubsky, unfortunately. Not really going to be able to get any shots. Now he's going to be rolling up to where Beleda is, just in front of him. Oh, did they hear each other's footsteps? Beleda, I think, definitely has heard one Zig at this point. You see Nubsky looking over here as well. Now the shot's going to go out. He does get the knock onto Beleda. Should be able to try and get the flush. Honestly, he could have tried to push forward towards that hillside. He might have been able to get the flushes. Now it looks like a third party trying to get the flush onto him instead. Zig has continued his rotate over here. No offensive util for him to use. No Molotov or anything. Now going for the shots, but Nubsky turns and takes him down. Team Rezav eliminate the Animaniacs. Yale and DNL do lose one early, and it looks like they've been playing as a three-man so far today. But they get in just to the south of shooting range into the dip there. And unless 55 flexes out and has some nades to use, they should be in a relatively safe spot, but it does seem like 55 are making their way over there right away. And I'm sure the util will be following. And there we go. Util does go out. And down goes No Way. Silzen getting shot at. So we just see a huge wall of smokes come out to cover his retreat as soon as he has to get off that hillside. Zone A Gaming getting shot off of Mira's position straight into potentially dangerous. Tavon goes for the shots into a couple of them. DeBox does get taken down by LFP1. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to get the flush. Definitely no res coming out onto Zona A Gaming. As, 55 going to cause some crazy problems. That vehicle is going to be blowing up here in just a second, but the members of Zona A Gaming make it over to the shack of safety. Toxic was the one left behind for 55 when they were making their push through the shooting range. And now he's going to be kind of pincered if he tries to regroup towards his team. Kesno getting shot in the side by Happy Meal from Zolos. Going to be able to get the flush as well. Blows up the folded shield and that thing goes flying. It's potentially dangerous. They're trying to make their way in on the edge of the zone, aka take down Gabaru, get the flush as well. Though potentially dangerous can grab the chip. It's phase 4 going into phase 5. I don't think it's really possible to get the res on the blue zone anymore. As Beleda from the side gets knocked by Learn. Return retaliation by Nubsky. There's a little bit of damage to Learn, but only a single headshot goes out. So now it's down into a 4v2. 1-0 if they wanted to. Could look into third-partying this. As the nade goes out, doesn't find too much. Gets Zello below half, as Zello's nade does get the knock onto Pana. And you do see 1-0 making their way over here with a third party. As Learn gets knocked by Waidudu. Waidudu gets the knock onto Zello as well, so that's 2 down on the team of Zolos. Down to Happy Meal and Infinite Void. But before they go down, Happy Meal is able to find Nubsky, takes down Team Rezav. And now 1-1. Oh, it's not 1-0, it's 1-1. The third party this. And it's all on to Infinite Void, the last one left for Zolos, and he's getting shot by the Exterminators. Mira, they got this position early, and now just barely in on the edge zone, but not really a ton else to work with. It's just an open hillside beyond this. 1-1, the Exterminators and Zona gonna be over towards the eastern side of the zone. No Limit Gaming. They're gonna have to try and make their way into zone. And it looks like it's gonna be right into 1-1. And if they see too many knocks coming out, then we'll probably see them going. Knock goes out from Nielsen, gets the flush as well. One down for No Limit Gaming, and it looks like from the other side, they get taken down by Mira. As 1-1 be pushing over towards the players of Mira. Mira, they're shooting potentially dangerous off, so now potentially dangerous are going to end up just on the hillside, exposed to multiple different players. Haven goes down to Spa. Smoke coming out to cover him. So we see a nade coming out there from Fauna, but it doesn't go quite far enough. And Spa, the only one over here, probably a strong impression on Mira's mind to know that there's a player over here that's already got a knock on them. So this may end up forcing Mira into potentially dangerous. It's going to be up to Mira to decide which way they want to fight. And if they do choose this way, it's going to work out for them. Haven gets the knock onto Spa. Now they can try and continue pushing over this way, potentially dangerous. Gonna be pushing in behind them. Tony gets the knock onto Haven in this three-way fight. The rest of 1-1 haven't really made it over here. It was just Spa that was kind of trying to hold back the rest of the players. And now Mira, knowing that it's 1-1, looks like they are confident to just try and push over this way. LFP1 leading the charge. That Molotov lands perfectly onto Waidudu. He finds the shots onto Bruno, and now it's all onto Will Nielsen, and he's gonna fall as well as LFP1 picks up 3 kills. And now potentially dangerous after that fight is wrapped up for Mira are going to be immediately making their way over here. Fateson has been knocked. It's down to 2 players. LFP1 gets the knock onto Tavon, and now it's a 2-on-2. Potentially dangerous versus Mira. They know where one player is. 5 kills for LFP1 as Fauna gets the knock onto Tony. And now it's all into the hands of Glock. He does spot out. Fauna goes for the shots, isn't able to hit the final one, but the other side of this fight is now getting joined by the Exterminators. That nade goes out, only does 3 damage to Fauna as Glock pushes up towards this tree. But no, out in the open and spots him out, but Fauna is able to take him down. What a spray with the MP5 to get the kill onto Glock. So I don't think my cat appreciated how loud I was being. LFP1 does get flushed out by Kakakakaka. Dakakada. AKA, they have a player alive here at the end, but it's looking to be a match for the Exterminators to win. 4 players left up, 1 for Mira, 1 for AKA. 10 kills, 4 for Necro, 4 for Gropo. And the Exterminators looking to come back with a really good win of their own after AKA got a 30-point game in the first match. They're going to try and follow it up with a nice solid 20 to 22 point game. Shots are going to come out from Nanu. He doesn't have any kills in this one. AKA only have 2. And the shots are going to come out from Gropo, but he turns, he tries to get the shots. He does get the opening knock onto Gropo. If there's 2 solo players on opposite sides of the zone that can really put some harm over towards the Exterminators, it would be AKA and Mira, with Nanu and Fauna still left alive. They can do a lot of damage to these players. Right, Fauna starting to creep up. Should be swatting out these players. Now he's going for the shots. Gropo goes down. Starting to get flushed away. Kaka is the next to fall. The third is there, but he wasn't able to find the rest of the shots. Nanu really should be making his way over there immediately to try and stop the reses. Well, he still has the opportunity to fight this in a 1v2. But it looks like Necro going to be able to get the res onto Gropo, and it's going to be straight into a 1v3 for Nanu. Is it my quality that's down? Okay, no, I got 1080 on there. Nanu, oh, he does spot out Faraz. And down goes Faraz. It looks like he was going to try and go for the flush as quickly as possible. He swaps over to the 4X. And the Exterminators just refusing to die. Continuing to res each other over and over. Shots go out over towards Gropo. They don't find what they need to. And Nanu really needs to try and get a knock as early as possible. But down he goes. Exterminators. Match number 2, winning with 12 kills, so that's going to be a 22-point game. We are having some very big matches to start off the day for the winning teams. But we're going to go to a quick break as we get ready for match number 3. Game number 3 underway, and it looks like we're gonna have an early fight here in Buxan Saw. Hot drop between No Limit Gaming and Zolos. Who will come out at the Mini Palace? Buxan Saw. Oh. 1-0, also picking up an early knock against someone. Looks like it was No Way. Svenny getting the return fire. Oh yeah, 1-0 and No Way down over at school. I was looking up over towards 1-1. 1-1 and 1-0, really throwing me for a loop. So it looks like Infinite Void gonna look over towards Happy Mail as he's in a 1v3 situation right now. Happy Mail surviving on 1 HP. Gonna get naded towards... He runs forward just as the reload comes through, but Benya gets the knock, gets the flush. The shots come out in return. They don't find a knock. And now Infinite Void has to back off. And Aquano gets the knock, gets the flush onto Learn, and now it's on to Zello and Void. Panzer does come out, and Void at least gets a knock onto one. Should be able to get the flush. But if they don't win the fight, it's not going to be in much, because the res will be able to come out right onto the res station. As Zello having to back off, Infinite Void really just needs to try and make his way over here in support. Zello goes down. Gonna try and get behind the building as Void over here is kind of just looting. He is grabbing an AUG instead of the MP5, but I feel like the MP5 would have been fine enough to try and take this fight with. Shots do come out. Benya gets a lot of damage and finds the final shots that he needs. Down goes Zolos. And I mean, that's really all they needed to do. They take down Zolos, and now they're going to be able to get the res onto their teammate. We hop over to the fight between 1-0 and No Way. DNL looking a little funky there in our observer mode. Oh, there we go. There we go. Fixes himself. Just took him a second. Now, Svenny looks like he's thinking about going up the staircases. That's going to put him right in the firing line of Leo, but the smoke goes out. Good cover by DNL. The nade does go forward, doesn't find any damage onto Leo. It looks like, even though they're all so compacted on this building, this fight has kind of slowed down a little bit. Leo trying to creep forward on the very edges of the windows. He shoots that window, and honestly, having that window shot out could give him a really big advantage if he could have jumped into it. But he falls all the way down. And now he would have to come from the other direction. Oh, Svenny went right into the room that he would have been in. So now the shots do come out onto Leo. He's been spotted out by BL. BL. And Svenny just trying to get into the window to look for a place of his own. Nadal, Nadamal takes down BL. Gets the flush as well, and now he looks forward. He's going to have to go for the reload in the AUG, but 30 bullets now should be enough to try and take care of the 2 remaining players on No Way. His teammates just have to come up here at some point to try and make it happen. Oh, not a ball. Tried to bounce it forward, misses the stun, and takes a lot of damage from DNL. The nade from Leo taking down Zitty. 1 player remains. Not a ball going for the shots, and he finds them. Gets shot a little bit afterwards from his teammates through the smoke. But 1-0 is able to take care of No Way, a.k.a. the Sharks lurking in the water, ready to pounce on these players. Soon as someone goes for the res onto the teammate, yeah. Oh. Danchin just waited for it to happen, hits the headshot, takes him down. And 1-0 gonna know that they have another team over here. AKA, with how they've been playing, I'd be a little bit scared to stick around as the other 2-man. Maybe try and find a way to escape. Don't really know if that's going to be possible. Coyote gets the knock onto AK-47, and now there's only 1 player left standing. Leo, what can he do up against a 4-man of AKA? Peeks around the corner, very close angle, does a chunk of damage. Takes Coyote down to about half. Now he's prepping this nade, throws it forward towards Falcon, does land the nade onto Falcon to get an opening knock. Now he's up here towards AK-47, should be able to get the res. Flush comes out onto Nadamal. 2 players confirmed out. Coyote gonna have to try and go for the res onto Falcon here at some point. 3 players still up for AKA, and it looks like they want to try and deal with the other 2 that are still up. Shots coming out from Leo. He takes a ton of return damage from Coyote. Trying to hit the first aid. He stops the first aid as these 2 players just push their way forward. Trying to hit the first aid kit again. His teammate should be able to cover for him to get it off in time. The stun goes out. Nano trying to get the shots around the side. The shotgun goes out. AK-47 able to get the trade, as Coyote does get the knock onto Leo, but Falcon and Danchin have to try and make their way forward. 1 player still up. He's going for the pre-fire shots onto Danchin, gets the knock onto him, and now it's Falcon versus AK-47. The res coming out onto both players. Falcon was getting his res earlier, so now they got to try and push forward to get there in time. The smoke goes out, though, to actually just stop time. Oh, they need to try and go for the res. The shotgun coming around the side. AK-47 goes down to Danchin. Now it's back into a 1v2. Leo grabbing the shotgun, not able to do anything with it, has been stunned, tries to go for the pre-fire. Danchin steps around and takes him down. AKA, they tried to get in there, tried to get the third party, but it got very bloody for them. And they will have to use the res station to get their teammates back up and go, and Mira getting pressured by No Limit Gaming. Looks like Fauna over here by his lonesome fakes and has made it over here to support the other 2 members. Now joining in the fray. No Limit Gaming. Looks like they're going to hop in the vehicle and just back off of this one. Didn't think it was going to be worth it to go for any more. 2 headshots onto the members of No Limit Gaming, and that's Enoquenyo actually knocking Benyo with the back blast before getting shot out by LFP1. So now 2 players down for No Limit Gaming. Error 500. Looks like they just ran straight into a rock They need to try not to do that if they want to continue on their rotate. They're over here on the far eastern side of the zone. They have a little bit farther to go. Speed Zero, not live. That's crazy. Glock getting the knock onto Haven. Gets the flush as well, so potentially dangerous. Taking down one on Mira, and now we're going to have the rest of Mira going forward. Maybe looking for some revenge. You know, I didn't do my title like I normally do. That is another player going down for Mira. So they lost 2 to potentially dangerous on their rotation into the zone. Hila gonna be across the street from 1-0. Shots coming out with Gabru from the P90. Isn't able to find Karak, and now Karak trying to spray through the smoke. He does find Gabru. So now Glock can try and get some smoke down onto him. Going for the shots. Onto the other players of 55. Isn't really able to find any damage to push them off. Tavon is going to have to hop into this vehicle, try and make his way over to the rest of his team. Is Tony, yet another player, separated out. Oh, Pippa gonna be giving away all of this information of Gabru getting carried back away from this spot. So the other players are just gonna start pushing forward. Molotov goes out. Glock does get the knock onto Karak. That Molotov going a little bit too far. Isn't gonna be able to find anything. Glock prepping the nade, throwing it forward. As Silzen from the other side does get the flush onto one. Glock gets the knock onto Toxic. Tavon, the knock onto Silzen. And 55, one player is all that remains. Pippa just trying to hide down right below potentially dangerous. he did just drop back in after getting rezzed. So it looks like he hasn't been able to actually get that much gear. As Tavon comes over here, the blue zone luckily has the jammer pack, otherwise he probably would have died right there. Make sure to hit the heal before he continues forward. I don't know if he's trying to go for the res onto his other teammate. If he is, I don't think that'll work out super well. As, oh, Glock. You may get shot at by Pippa here in a second. Pippa, aware of where you are. Doesn't look like he wants to take the shots. Oh, but Glock does spot him out when he turns around. And down goes Pippa, 55, eliminated in 13th. So, really, I gotta say, some of the players that I was expecting to, and teams that I was expecting to be top of our leaderboard, 55, potentially dangerous, and Mira, aren't really the top three. Mira is in there in third place with 24 points, but AKA in first place with 38, and the Exterminator's in there at second place. We are only 2 matches in. This is the third match right now that we're going on to. We should see, hopefully, some of those teams start to really step it up. Potentially dangerous. Obviously having a better match so far in this one. Getting some kills as Nubsky gets a double with the Panzer onto the team members of AKA. Taifu does steal one away. Error 500. Trying to do some damage as Glock with his 5th kill of the match takes down No Limit Gaming. We have 10 teams remaining here. Just about the 20-minute mark. We hear some mortars coming out. Do they have as good a read on mortars? That's decent. Did the second one go further? And it gets 3! Artray with a huge nade gets the flush to follow it up. One player left standing. Does he have any more follow-up shots? It doesn't look like it. The rest of Animaniacs are making their way forward. The nades coming out. The re-knock onto one player. The other nades go forward. Only 13 damage so far onto Leal. The last player left standing, and that nade lands right next to him. Brings him down to 22 hit points. And Animaniacs, they're not going to push their luck. They went out there, they naded this, they got their couple extra kills, and then they back off. They have the center compound. I think this is maybe not the greatest play, but definitely a very smart one, so no one can try and backfill onto their compound and steal the win away from them. They're very much playing for the win rather than that final kill onto that player, as potentially Dangerous have lost a couple of players to 1-1 that they've pulled up next to, but 8 kills is a pretty good game so far for them. There's now more nades coming out from Waidudu over towards the members of Potentially Dangerous. Glock flushing his own teammates, trying to get the nade towards Waidudu. Will Nielsen goes down to the P90 from Glock. The last player left for Potentially Dangerous, still picking up some kills here. Can he find any more? Preps the nade, throws it forward, gets the knock onto Waidudu. 2 players still up for 1-1. after they got the res onto each other. So now the blue zone's going forward. Zona 8 Gaming stealing the kills away on to 1-1. Preventing Glock from getting any more, and Spa with the double headshot gets the finish. Leal has acquired a boat. And it appears that he's trying to use it for some cover. Interesting there from him. Nade goes over towards Spa. He's going to pop his own tires to prevent anyone from shooting underneath it, as more nades fly forward from Leal of Tequila, and he does end up finding the kill onto Spa, so 1-1 get eliminated 7th place. But guess what? Zona 8 Gaming decide that this is a relatively good spot to try and come over and steal away from these players. So Leal gonna be spotted out next to the boat, but he gets the knock onto Zumalenda, but the trade is there from Buena. Zona 8 Gaming, they get the kill there. They're gonna have to move forward. It's gonna be a weird one to try and move forward into. Exterminators getting shots onto Zona 8 Gaming. As Gropo gets the knock onto Taruru. More shots coming out. Error 500 getting pulled up on by Not Today. Shots going out towards the players, but where there's multiple, they just completely overwhelm Lewis. Pirlo ends up getting the knock and the flush to finish off. Error 500 for teams remaining. The Exterminators, Zona 8 Gaming in a tougher spot. Not Today going to be pushing up the hillside towards the Exterminators. Meanwhile, Animaniacs with the compound can kind of just sit back and wait for these teams to start fighting it out before they move forward. Once Zona 8 Gaming kind of joins this fray, that may be when it's time for Animaniacs to try and get involved in this. Nade going forward from one Zig. A little bit short of the members of Zona 8 Gaming, but they know the Animaniacs do have a player close enough to be throwing those nades. Lawson over on the edge should be able to actually spot out Zumalenda here in a second. He spots out Bueno first. Now the shot's coming out from Zumalenda, but Zig is there to get the surprise onto Zumalenda. And now there's only one player left for Zona 8 Gaming. The Exterminators, they were thinking about getting involved in this and then immediately got shot by the members of Not Today in the back. Unnamed does get the knock onto Artre, tries to go for the flush, but is traded out by Lawson. Zona eliminated in 4th. Now you're going to have the members of the Exterminators getting pushed on as the shots come out from Pirlo. Ferraz, the last one left for the Exterminators. He actually pushes forward with the exploded vehicle, but Not Today able to take it cleanly. Animaniacs pushing over here. One Zig gets a nade onto Pirlo. as Jube with a far-off angle is able to relay a little bit of info about where the players are right on top of that rock. More nades fly forward. Artray finds Taifu. 2 players knocked for Animaniacs. Now it's going to be up to Cirlo and Batungas. Batunga's going to get shot in the side as now One Zig finds the final shot onto him. Cirlo going to be the last one left for Not Today. 7 kills in this match for them, so even if they go down here in second place, it was still a good match for them. The 3x spray annihilates Artray. Can he find any more? He spots out One Zig, isn't able to connect with any of the shots. Lawson gonna be going for the res onto Artray. As One Zig just gonna hold it down. Cirlo, if he could have hit the shots onto One Zig right afterwards, might have had a chance to push even further forward. The question is, where does he go? It looks like he is going to be trying to go for the res onto Taifu. Jube going for the flank angle up on the top of the rock. Does Cirlo spot him? I think Taifu going to get immediately re-knocked. Yes. Jube did spot him out. Lawson there finds the shots and takes him down. Animaniacs 11 kills win match number 3. And it was a good one for them. 11 kills. Lawson picks up 5. They're able to win it. So again, our top 4 without Mira, potentially dangerous for 55. I may have to kind of reevaluate who I think is going to be the top of this leaderboard and who may be a little bit farther down. But we're going to go to a quick break as we get ready for match number 4.
Josh can plug. They don't have to nade it. It's fine. Red. Res me. Missy, okay. Resing. Got him. Somebody whiff. I feel like I get through, bro. I'm like the kidney. Die. Yo, what's up, Shadow? Been too long since I said hello. How you doing, man? How you been? Oh, that was the worst game of Pubg I've played in a while. I had 18 damage. Bro, you're fucking. Your behavior is it's affecting my performance. You're like. Why get some food? I'm in food. We're trying to be serious, man. I'm gonna lock in, dude. I'm lock it in. I'm trying to be serious. Dude, can you vlog that I'm saying I'm a businessman? Can you vlog? You're not setting up business. I am though. I am sitting on your own gig. That's what the fuck? First, I'm gonna blame it on Shadow. You would too if you played with him, Shadow. You would too. That's awesome, Frosty. Go show. Remember our ping pong battles? I played against Rolly at the Twitch Partner Party. Absolutely smoked him. This meal that I'm eating is not good, dude. It's a cheesy rice and broccoli bowl and chicken. I did not think this was gonna be like, but I'm gonna eat it because it's good protein. Yeah, does anyone know if I have drops yet? I submitted a thing, I'm not sure if it got applied.
Alright, anyways, we're into match number 4, 3, 2, 1? What? I don't know what we're doing anymore. What did we just play? I don't know. We're on to match number 4. This is match number 4. Time is kind of moving forward. I gotta figure out my life. Alright, AKA 45 points in first place, the Exterminators in second place with 36, Amira in third place with 26, Animaniacs in fourth with 25 points. So, I mean, really, it's, Mira is still up there, but AKA the Exterminators and Animaniacs are playing pretty well. Potentially Dangerous are nipping on their heels in 5th place. 55, though. All the way down in 11th place. So, yeah, I don't know what's going on with them. I don't know if they've made another change while I wasn't paying attention to their playstyle or really how they want to play. Taifu did spot out one of the players, but still goes down to Tony on the other side. And that's going to be down and out for not today. One of the first players out. Ooh, 1-0. Coming over here, throwing some nades, and that's a perfect one onto Beleta. They were just ready for him. In that spot, not him all. Ends up getting the flush with the Molotov, so now it's Kesno. It's gonna have to try and do more, but Feels takes him down with a couple of headshots. 1-0 driving forward, trying to find their way into zone 55. They have a decent little split going there. It looks like 1-0 going to be going underneath a test track. And if they realize that 55 have a 2-2 split as a 4-man, they might be able to crash onto that compound if they can get a knock. And then they'd have themselves a decent spot there. No Limit Gaming up on the hillside above, no way. If Svinny isn't aware about this, then Benya might be in for a pretty easy kill. It looks like him and Rasty's back off a little bit, almost baiting No Way into this position. Oh, and when they step forward, Svinny may hear the footsteps. Shot's gonna go out. He does do a lot of damage onto Svinny, but it looks like these players are gonna back off very quickly. So they try and get some shots. Danny on the retreating vehicles does get a few shots, throws the nade forward, but it's not gonna find anything. Maybe a little bit of damage onto the vehicle, but that's about it. As Tequila elsewhere gets annihilated by Potentially Dangerous. So good for Potentially Dangerous. They're continuing to just climb the leaderboard without much worry for anyone else around them. And they are a team that I expected to be up there. So as they go up and up and up, we'll see them probably overtake, maybe even Mira. By the end of today, if Mira doesn't step it up. Animaniacs, even though they got that win, they're only in 4th place with 25 points, so I imagine Potentially Dangerous should be able to snag that position away pretty easily. As Naughtaball, an AK-47 doing some damage onto Zolos. Learn looking to be the last one up for them as the flushes come out. Zolos only a 3-man into this match. what is this position from Learn? I don't think anyone's going to be ready for this. Learn is going to be good for at least one, so if they don't push him together, yeah, it's going to be a difficult one. They can throw whatever Molotovs or anything else they want over there. It's not going to find anything. And look at these perfectly timed smokes. Throws out a smoke, throws out a nade to try and push people back. He can see through this doorway just fine. AK-47 trying to spray through the corner there. And Learn is actually just gonna push out of that spot, goes for the spray, but Feels takes him down. And I really feel like Learn should have just stayed up there. Wait for them to push you. You have such a dominant spot there that I don't think it was really necessary to push forward. That nade coming over doesn't find any damage onto anyone, but it looks to be in a pretty good spot. If they could throw a couple more, maybe just a little bit further or closer than that, then they might start finding damage onto Tururu or Bagel. Hey, DJ, you have a very, very tired Shadow, but I still want you guys to be able to watch PUBG. Uh, so, yeah, it's a very tired, very quiet Shadow. My voice kind of feels like it's fading away a little bit, too. I think I really need to try and work on getting, some sort of co-caster going on. But so far, it's been some pretty interesting games. AKA, has been absolutely phenomenal. Nanu has been shredding people, so far in this one. AKA, had a 30-point win in the first match. Mira, this is really some of the best we've seen out of them. They're a little bit lower on kill counts, but they're in 4th place right now, so hopefully they can secure this one. Animaniacs, they won one of the games, and Potentially Dangerous have been kind of lurking down below the other teams towards the top. So, the first match, there was also 2 Birdums in the end game. And they were on 2 separate teams after one player came and stole one of them. So then you just had 2 solos sitting in Birdums at the end, waiting to get shot at by AKA. It was kind of whack, I will admit. Oh, nice shot from Svenny there onto Fakeson. Svenny, he has 6 kills and 938 damage in this match. He has been on a tear. I'm curious how much of it is with the M24. LFP1 lines him up, knocks him down. Hopefully he doesn't get shot at in the side. Very exposed to the members of No Way. Svenny, yeah, it's a headshot too, of course. An animal. His gameplay just makes you say, a no way. Ooh, Animaniacs. I may just end up winning this because of the extreme amount of pain that these other 2 teams are putting each other through. I think Animaniacs just has to push forward here, though. They let the res come out onto Haven. Oh, Jube has such a flank, though. Jube should get the easy shots onto Fakeson in a second. Yeah. There we go. Huge there. Gets a nade onto the other player, too. Animaniacs, back-to-back wins. Very good for them. They'll be able to confirm their spot towards the top of the leaderboard. I thought of the possibility of them kind of backing off a little bit after getting their win, but they bring it right back together with another win. Wonderful there from them. And now we're going to go to a quick break as we get ready for match number 5. Someone really done did just got punched out. That's crazy. Dude, I am like barely keeping my eyes open right now. This is bad.